Well, good evening, everyone. It's Friday, it's 10:05, and you're watching the 18% Grey Show. And I'm your host, Michael Flack, and you can join me for some inane banter, photo editing, and alcohol. Look, I can promise you, if you suffer from insomnia, this will definitely cure it. You'll sleep like a log. Anyway, if you're also watching this on replay, especially if you're now watching these on YouTube, please consider dropping a like and a subscribe and maybe help my channel grow a little bit. It would be much appreciated. Also, while we're at it, if you've shot with me in the past and you think you'd like to offer me a little bit of support where you say thank you, please consider joining my Patreon. You can join from as little as £1 a month. That's super cheap. And in these cash-strapped times, I wouldn't be surprised if, people are going, oh, I don't really want to spend that kind of money on something. But you've got to sort of look back at the pictures you've had over the time and think, I really should chuck some money his way and say thank you. And maybe give him some support, big the guy up a bit, get more people for him to shoot with. It'll always be much appreciated. Any help that you can offer would make it easier for me to attend events and ultimately provide you with some great pictures. So, if you're interested, you know what to do. Head onto my Patreon page. Links are all in the Twitch panel. And knock yourselves out. Anyway, this is, God, hard to believe it. This is part 8, I believe. Unless I've miscounted, we'll take it as part 8 of the 18% Grey Show, which is something I kind of started off as part of doing secret con edits live, so people could watch and see their pictures being edited real time, rather than just receiving them weeks or months later and just go, oh, is that what we got? Firstly, though, before we launch into the editing, if you have watched the previous stream, firstly, just want to apologize for something, because this has been buzzing around my head all week. And for those of you who may have watched last week's stream, I think about 4 times during that stream, I mentioned something about what I was going to do next. The only problem was I didn't realize this until I got to the end of the stream, about 1 a.m, and I realized I hadn't actually told anybody what was next, because the edits from Secret Con are now starting to thin out. We are very much on the home stretch now. There's only maybe 1 or 2 streams worth of edits left, and at that point I don't have any more conventions to go to until next year. Now, some of you might be thinking, oh, but what about For the Love of Horror on Saturday? Well, it's not my kind of thing. I'm not a fan of that particular event organizer. I won't say any more about that. And then you might say, oh, well, what about MCM London Comic Con? Well, there you have it in a nutshell. MCM, who abandoned the north of and Midlands practically of the UK and Ireland, including Scotland for that matter, and will probably end up within the next 2 or 3 years just becoming a London-centric con. Anyone who's been to London Comic Con will know how expensive it is, and for maybe spending £800 to £1,000 for 3 days, it's hard to justify, especially for a poor northern boy like me, who isn't mega popular on the cosplay circuit. So I have to be realistic and say, well, that's probably not an event I might do once in a lifetime, but that'll be it. I'm quite happy to sit at home at the moment and look at other dogs' pictures and just go, yeah, that was good. Not bad, but I wouldn't have spent that kind of money. But I've already started rambling, and I'm always in danger of doing this. Just let me grab a quick swig of tea. So, to come back to the main point of what I was apologizing about, which I haven't told you about yet, is what next? What comes after the Secret Con edits? And I've been thinking about this for a little while, and there's a couple of things that I want to do. So the format of this will change a bit. One of the things that I'm really keen on doing for the next maybe 5 or 6 months, while there's nothing really to do, is working on improving and pushing my Photoshop skills up to a whole other level. And if you've seen any of the composite work I've done, you can see that I've kind of got something of an idea, but I still don't feel I'm there yet. I still feel I can do better than this, you know. So one of my thoughts is that during the week, I'll probably spend some time doing edits solo, not necessarily cosplay edits. They might be completely different conceptual types of pictures. And then perhaps once a week or so, I'll do a live stream, excuse me, where I will go through a sample composite or photo manipulation purely as an exercise, you know, sort of indulge and play around with stuff and let people watch what I'm doing. And, you know, if you see something you're interested in, feel free to pop me a question. I may not be able to give you an answer, but I will do my best. Also, if you have any tips or tricks you can share with me, please send them on. So that's one of the things I'm thinking of. The other thing I'm also thinking about is doing some photo editing, non-cosplay photo editing. There are quite a lot of non-cosplay, more portrait style events that I've been to over the last 12 months. And the majority of those pictures have literally been living on my hard drive since the day of the shoot. Now, before you sort of go, oh my God, he doesn't give pictures back. These are paid photo shoots that I've paid out of my own pocket to attend. The models who are attending these events are paid a full day rate. So they're getting paid anyway. And yes, some of them would like 1 or 2 pictures, but when they shoot maybe 10, 15 people over a weekend, you're going to get a lot of the same stuff. Once they've got 1 or 2, they don't really need any more. And I'm not in a major hurry to get images out, because what you find is it's kind of very similar to cosplay, in that everybody tries to get their pictures out first, and the poor cosplayers sat there looking at 20 different pictures of themselves, and they'll pick anybody's, maybe but your picture. And sometimes it's actually better to delay things for a while, because it means you come back to a shoot with a different perspective. You're looking over at it with fresh eyes, and you're not sort of in the heat of the moment. I've got to pick the hot picture to get this out today, to get my Instagram likes and socials working. I don't care about social media. You know, if you follow my Instagram for cosplay, I've been hovering at 288 followers for ages, since I launched it this year. Now, one of my colleagues is hitting over 3,000. I'm not bothered, really, that much. I mean, it would be nice to have 3,000 followers, but what I would really like to have is 10 or 20 inquiries for shoots that actually turn into proper photo shoots, not just, oh, I'm interested in doing something and then going cold or going with somebody else. So that's kind of my second idea. And the third, which is probably the most obvious of all of them, is that I'm going to look at streaming games. Particularly, I might pick some retro games, certain ones that you may not have heard of, or if you're old enough, you may remember those and think, oh my god, he's going to play that. Yes, that's exactly it. I just want something different to break things up and have a bit of fun. So the game streaming is just going to be quite casual. If you want to watch live, please do. Hurl abuse at me, cajole me, backseat me if you think you can do a better job than I can. Go for it. So those are the things that I'm thinking of doing after the Secret Con edits are done, because as I've said earlier, I'm not going to have much else to do for a few months, and money's quite tight at the moment, and I'm having to sort of cut back on a lot of things. So the things that I enjoy doing, I've had to wind down a little bit for now, unless someone offers a shoot to me or something. I'm just going to be sort of keeping a low profile for a while. So I want to do something else just to keep myself out there and give myself something to do and look at improving my skills as well as improving myself. So those are my ideas. That's the reason I'm apologizing for the last stream. I'm also going to apologize for this stream, and you might be thinking, good god, what has he done? All right, I'm not apologizing for talking too much, because believe me, I can chat shit like the best of them. But for anyone who's a photographer who knows and uses Adobe products, Lightroom has just released a major update, version 12. I've been running on 11.3 because of a bug which the subsequent version 11.5 didn't fix. So far that works, but we're also running the latest Photoshop, and tonight is going to be a test of what happens. Is it business as usual, or is it going to be, oh my god, this tool's broken, that's gone? So how this stream goes tonight is anybody's guess. Pretty free flow like everybody else. So now that the rambling's all done, let's switch over to Lightroom and let's catch up with where we left off last week. And last week was, the main focus was Genshin Impact, which, if you haven't been living under a rock for the last couple of years, has been one of the most popular online games to go. I don't play it myself, but I might try it one day. So this is where we finished off with Ixtran and Catcrutch cosplay, and we're now finally moving on to the last, well, how will I put it, the home stretch of Secret Con and its edits. So tonight we're going to be doing some Witcher action, and maybe we're going to squeeze in some Bellatrix as well. Now, it's been ages to get around to this, but one of the things, let's just, just put a quick message out there in the chat. Again, it's a Friday night. I'm expecting most people probably catch this in their time zone or possibly after I finish the stream. So that kind of the aspect of the live chat does get a little bit lost, but you'll get out there and get sociable. Now, where was I? That's where I was. Finally, we're getting to some Witcher action, and if memory serves me right, on the left we have Laura Goes Rogue, and on the right, Asgardian Adventures. And I met this couple at SecretCon towards the afternoon. I think they were doing some X-Men shoots earlier on. And one of the things that sort of kind of particularly struck me after the event was that they had shot with a photographer doing some X-Men stuff, saw the back of the camera, absolutely fell in love with the photographs, and they've seen nothing since. And nobody knows who that photographer was out of the couple hundred of us that attended the event. And it's kind of sad, really, that somebody would have come to an event like this and just kept the pictures and treated it like a personal photo shoot and not bothered giving anything back, you know. So I want to give them something a bit more special than just a normal edit. I mean, if you see most of my edits, you know I put a lot more into the editing process. It's just the way I roll. I mean, if I was to do this in Lightroom, one of my friends said he can bang out edits in about 15 minutes when he has Lightroom set up the way he wants. And that works perfectly for him when he's at a con, when he's at a multi-day con and needs to get out pictures really quickly to work the social media. In my case, I'd rather slow down, take the time. And obviously one of the questions that might get asked is, well, you know, would you have edited it better if you weren't streaming? And I guess the answer to that is it's possible that I might actually have done something differently, because I might have tried things out and gone, you know what, that doesn't work, I'm not sure about it, I'll come back to it tomorrow. But on a live stream, there's a little bit of pressure, but sometimes that's a good pressure. You need to have that in a live situation, especially when you're shooting, because you're not going to be able to come back and shoot them the next day. You only have maybe a few minutes to get the shots for them and the ones that you want. So you need to think on your feet really quickly. And sometimes when it comes to editing, you need to kind of be the same way as well. So live streaming puts that little bit of pressure on you, but it's not a bad pressure, because I'm happy for people to see what it is I do. I know that there are quite a few photographers out there who I would say that their style, their way they treat their images is part of their brand, and they may be a little reluctant to show people their trade secrets effectively. You know, this is like old school photography as well. Years ago, nobody would teach you how to position lights and stuff. Now, people are falling over to teach you. Different world. There's nothing now that you can't learn. I'm not doing anything that is different from what anybody else would do, or maybe it is a little bit, but the results are still the same. So I don't feel precious about my processes. What I want people to see is when they get a picture from me, how much work went into it, and also how much yapping goes on a live stream when I'm not actually starting anything yet. And we haven't even flicked over to the camera yet. So without further ado, let's switch over to the camera. And here we go again. Different background. The cup of tea is here, and there's water, and that may turn into alcohol, especially as I'm feeling a lot better than I did last week. Because if you watched last week's stream, you'll know that I wasn't very well, and I was only just getting better by the end of the week. So let's have a look at what we've got to play with. I'm going to do several edits, and I'm kind of looking at things that we could try and do. We have, obviously, as I said, we have the goofy shots. I'm going to leave those in there. There's always one for a good giggle. like I say, I didn't get that many shots with them, so I want to take what I have done and maybe push the boat out a little bit more. Give them something nice to remember the event by. So, looking at this one. So, we'll go into our develop module as we do. And the first thing I usually do is add a bit of texture. Desaturate a little bit. Now, as they're wearing black, doesn't really matter that much, but you know, it's what I do. And I could, you know, do an awful lot in Lightroom and just quickly edit this, but I have other ideas, you know. So let's get the start sharpening. That'll do. Quick check. Yep, we're good there. And kind of wondering what should we do. So let's get this one opened up in Photoshop. And see what we do next. Now, as it stands, I think, yeah, it's a nice photo. Kind of works. We've got the lake in the background. So let's just start with our basics. So I always like to duplicate the background layer just in case I stuff things up. I can always go back and make alterations as I need to. And what we'll do is just going to do a cleanup layer. And the reason I do a cleanup layer is because one of the things you should do when you're looking around is if you see things that are potential distractions, you might want to say, okay, I'm going to change that and get rid of it. We're just going to use our clone stamp tool. I mean, we are outdoors, there is a tree, there are leaves, but sometimes you look at something and you think, I want to get rid of that. And pick different sampling areas as you go along to break things up so you don't leave the telltale signs that, you know, you've been working with a Photoshop tool. To the point where we can just clean up the shoes, and you can see things like wear. Now, most people might say, oh, I'd never notice it. But when you're looking at stuff as close as this, I notice it. So, you know, it's a case of, let's fix this a little bit. Well, I'll just check around. That's okay, not too bad. And we just have a look at things like the props, clothing, and then just sort of see, is there anything that we need to and what we'll do, let's just take the opacity on that at about 30%. And we're just gonna just very lightly retouch at this part, because at the end of the day we want people to look their best, and if you've been at events all day you're going to sort of feel a bit, by the end of it. And there's nothing worse than getting pictures back and thinking, God, I look, terrible at this point. I don't really want to share this. And the poor photographer spent some time editing, however long it suits their process, whether they did editing or not at all. But the end result is that the picture doesn't get seen, it disappears, lost forever. And as photographers, we need a bit of exposure. We need people to be sharing our work, shouting about how well we've done a great job when we have, shouting at us when we haven't. We're all trying to improve, and nobody's perfect, but there you go. I'm not too fussed about stray hairs because at the end of the day, we're outdoors. There's a thing called wind. Wind blows everything everywhere. But it's just a quick check. And for example here, things like little mold lines, we can fix this. This is an easy fix. Some people, they say you're going to far too much effort for a photo that might not even get shared. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be sharing this picture and I put my name on it. So I want this to be the best it can be. And I probably should turn up that opacity a bit. Although it's allowing me to clean this line up a little bit. So it looks more like a solid piece. Let's just take that opacity up. Let's go 100%. Could be a big mistake, but there you go. There's always Control Z, which is your friendly undo tool. Believe me, we use that a lot. I'm going to leave that because that just leaves a bit of a strange texture there. But I think maybe if we do use a dodge and burn, we can darken that area a bit. So just take that, disable the background layer, merge these into their own layer. And then what we'll do is we pick up our frequency separation action. Obviously, before we get started I need to get our subject face to a reasonable size that we can make a judgment on how many pixels we think we need to blur it by. And I'm going to say about, let's say 6 pixels should do the job there. So we'll expand that, go to the details there, we take our clone stamp tool to current layer only, Then we'll just clean up little areas that we see. So we could, if we wanted to, say, you know what, I need to get rid of the old stray hair. There you go. Okay. Of course, these are super tiny details. Yeah. Could actually get rid of this. In fact, we could do using the spot healing brush tool on this. Except that's not the one to do. No, I think about it, the clone stamp tool actually makes more sense. I think this is just really sort of removing a few distracting hairs. When I'm looking at a picture myself, one of the things that I do is I tend to look at what's catching my eye. You know, is it something that should be looking at? Or is it something like a leftover, a stray hair? I mean, if you've seen, say, photographs where, say, a model has a bad hand position and it just looks weird, it's very hard not to see that, you know, to unsee. And I wouldn't say these are things that are bad, but they're just things that draw your attention away from what you should be looking at, which is the person in the picture. Now, maybe that's a photographer thing, I don't know, because we're used to working at this kind of resolution, so we can see an awful lot of detail and flaws, and that's why sometimes editing can take a little while just to clean and tidy things up a little bit. And again, it won't take too long. It's just removing enough that it's not too distracting. Check the chat. No, it's still quiet there, but it's early days. We'll see who drops by, because I'm not advertising a stream schedule yet, so it's not easy for people to figure out what time I'm on. So let's say, okay, we might want to go and take out these stray hairs. Not a problem, we can do this. Like I say, it's always important to keep moving your sample point around, just so you don't leave too much of a telltale, because sometimes it shows up. And it's, again, one of those little things, once you notice it, it's like, ah, damn it, why do they leave that in there? Oh, that's fine, that's a lot cleaner. So what we'll do next is just going to zoom out ever so slightly, change to the lasso tool, And let's just check that. And actually, just draw a quick selection. And then we'll just go filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Should be 6 pixels. There we go. What we're doing is just loosely tracing around the outline of the face, because we're feathering by about 5 pixels, so it'll pull that in a little bit. And then we'll just add a little more Gaussian blur. And I'm just doing select areas. And then just apply as necessary. So, quick way to turn that off. We can see the stray hairs are there. So switch that back on. And you also notice how these sort of slightly uneven areas just sort of blend and smooth out a little bit. And good evening to Shamdi. Yes, I have a camera. Had one for a while. Decided to switch it on a couple of streams ago. Mess around with video overlays. If you're only just watching this, how do you know the stream's improved? I mean, it's the same old rubbish it always is. It's just that you can see me as well as listen to me talking rubbish. So I take it you're getting all prepped up for MCM London. I'm just staying at home, mate. Definition of improvement. Yes. Oh, it's the times I wish I had another screen down here. I could keep the chat going at the same time. So I'm just glancing over, see what goes on. Yeah. One of my friends is going to MCM London next week. She's a Genshin cosplayer. She normally does Resident Evil, but she's got a thing about one particular Genshin cosplay. She's going to be doing Yolan, so you never know. You may spot her around, probably trying to get a shoot with you. Oh, well, I mean, if you've got all your stuff in the bag practically ready to go, there's not really any prep needed. You just need tickets, hotel, cameras, and away you go. Right, so frequency separation is done now. Looks fine. And I think we're going to give it this a little bit of dodge and burn first. Actually, I might save that. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do. Let's merge this into another layer. I'm going to and from that, I'm just going to duplicate that layer. And let's use the cloud select subject. Yeah, that's the thing with London Comic Con. Long before I got into cosplay photography, I mean, I'm talking probably about 10, maybe 15 years ago, when I used to see pictures from London Comic Con amongst San Diego. And there used to be a website called Kotaku.com, and they also used to do features of various Comic Cons. I was more than happy just to sit there and look at the pictures and just go, that's amazing. Most of the time, I didn't realize cosplay was even a thing in the UK. I thought it was just something that happened in America and Japan. But, you know, it's exploded across Europe. It's in the UK, maybe a different level, but it's there all the same. I don't think the cons up here are nearly as good, but London is hella expensive, and at this time of year, you know, especially if the weather turns nasty, I wouldn't want to be standing outside the XL trying to do shoots. It just wouldn't be fun. It'd be far too stressful. So, right, we've got a selection, so I'm just going to quickly zoom in and check how good a selection we've got. She's not bad. Well, not bad, he says, except there's this area of the thought here that could just need to be pulled in. And I should have been holding down the key at that time just to subtract that a little bit. And just adding a tiny bit there. And taking a bit away. Yeah, right, that's clean up, so let's give that a mask. We'll take that. Yeah, I'll be on a while. You could put the kettle on, make a drink. Mine's tea, milk, 1 sugar, or if you have a can. Well, I have several cans, but I'm saving that for a little bit later, after the break maybe. But yeah, this is the perfect show to go away and make a break. You know, my inane drivel will keep anyone away. So, no worries, we'll catch up with you in a bit. Okay, so we've done a basic edit, clean up, and play around with the color grading on the background. So what we're going to add is a curves layer, because I'm just going to have a kind of quick play with the brightness. Because it, oh yeah, you could make it like a super bright sunny day. Or you could make it very dark, but that just looks weird. Post gym, oh god, I haven't been to the gym for years. I keep trying to think about going back, but it's just the thinking, not even the going yet. Yeah, so let's have a look at that. And just take the darkness down just a little bit. I want them to still be more the focus of attention, and this is where I make it up as I go along, because it's anything, this is a visual thing. What you see is exactly what's happening when I move the sliders around. So if you notice this slider over here, this line, we can affect the red channel. So we're going to have a look at, if we take the reds out, obviously we push the greens quite a bit out. We add a bit more, we just tiny little red lift, okay. And it's just changing the ground color, not too much. And we'll look at green, we say, pull the green level down a bit there. And maybe again, we don't do too much of that. We're starting to lean, I think, to like a magenta. So I just want to keep it very little, very slight moves, and also think about what kind of coloring I'm going to want as an overall look. So if we cool that down, we're starting to push skin tones into sort of a yellowish. Well, actually, the skin, they're not even being affected because we're just affecting the background. I'm just being an idiot here. And let's see, that cup of tea's done. So water next. This is just sort of my initial first stage kind of edit. I have something planned for these two, you know. But I'm not revealing that yet. If you've seen any of my other streams, you might think, oh, I know what he's gonna do. But let's just start with a nice basic edit first and see where we want that color to go. I think also for the other one, looking at that overall sort of feel, I'm thinking maybe like a bluish. We raise the shadows in the blue when we come to the final layer, so that might. So going to RGB, you can see that our red, well, blue, green, and red, and overall channels, how they've been assigned. So we pulled some values down a little bit, boosted a few, and it's just to change that background from there to there. And that's literally all we're doing, I think, at this point. So what I'd look at doing maybe now is we'll just hit the dodge and burn. That's what we need to do. Move to default, switch the colors, take the flow down to about 6% maybe. We'll just zoom in a touch. And part of the reason I'm just doing a dodge and burn is because we've got a very shiny reflective black. So we can just see. Maybe just increase that brush size a little bit. I'm just using usual soft round brush. Just lifting those highlights a little bit, but we can also then go over and darken the shadows too. Do that, we just press X and you'll notice that our black and white palette changes. So we can now use this to take some of these areas and just darken them a little bit more. This is kind of why I prefer using 50% grey fill method of dodge and burn, because you can just simply switch with a button click. It's easy as that. And if you're not sure what the difference is, you just turn it off, turn it on, and there you go. Just perk that up a little bit. And then what we'll do, is. We're just gonna a tiny bit of brightness. At the same time, we're just gonna darken that part of the house a little bit more. And it's just lightening ever so slightly. Some of the edges that are catching the light there. You can sort of see that there. Just a little bit there. So what we'll do next is just just trace loosely over the areas where the light's catching and bring up a bit of texture. Let's do that. Actually, didn't want to do Alt either. Do X would help. And just darken a couple of these darker areas down. Again, this is just a very subtle change, but you can see there how that makes a little difference there. Next thing we want to do is just go in. Just want to just a very small amount. See how they would just lift the eyes a little bit and just brighten the lip as such, and just look for any areas where it may have a bit of light catching. We have some here where, and it just adds a little more dimension to the hair. It's just a, just doesn't have to be too precise, just loose. Brush strokes here and there. Also, while we're at it, nearly forgot this bit. That bit down there. brighten that up a touch. Brighten up a little bit more. You can always hide the seam, which is something I could actually have done. Actually, let's go back a little bit. Just turn off that layer. One of those, you think you got everything and then you spot something and then you kick yourself. Clean up these marks. I'm not sure if this has been 3D printed. I think it has by the look of the horizontal layer lines. I think a 3D printer, you do spot little things like that. Clean that up a little bit. Just take that seam out a little bit. Just because once I notice something like that, I just go, to clean things up there. Right, that's not too bad. Not sure why this bit isn't cleaning up. Yeah, let's take a quick zoom out. And while we're at it, switch back to our dodge and burn layer a little bit. And we're just gonna close that tool. That would help if we actually use the right tool there. Okay. See, it's not just Prime Ministers that can be Muppets. It can be photographers like me as well. Except I don't get paid the ridiculous salaries that they do for being a complete failure. Honestly, who would have thought that we'd have see a Prime Minister switch out in 40 odd days? Just unbelievable. You know, any worse than we'll be like the Italian government. We're changing every other week. Right, so what we'll do, let's take a quick zoom out. I've been live for about an hour. Woohoo. Just as you notice that, so it just starts to pick out the leather parts on his pants and the metallic sword, just picking out a few highlights. And what I think we do next is Let's see, what should we do? Should we try having a lot and see what kind of effect we can get with that? This is another way of doing color grading. Lots are very popular in movie making. Obviously at 100% that's really high, but we only want to be working at a very low level. As you can see, you don't need to drop down. And just decide what kind of look we might want. Oh, that's record high. Where? The low will be 10 degrees C, then it's not a... Oh, a record high for 21st of October in Chatterton. Well, whoop-de-doo. Let's try a different look. 4 colours maybe? And the thing is, LUTs also interact with curve layers, hue saturation layers. So they're not unique, you know, in that they overwrite everything. They will have an influence on all the other things you do, because if we say switch that off and back on, it's hardly noticeable at that point. And you're only at 3% opacity. But the question is, what kind of look are we going for? Foggy nights? I don't know, that could be. Doesn't really work because of the fact that it's a daylight shot. But we might change that. We'll see. Horror blue or moonlight even. Let's... Now that is a possibility. And this is one of the things about using LUTs. I've got hundreds of LUTs, and I would never dare go through all of them. It's just far too many. Teal green plus contrast. That's kind of the movie look. It's possible, you know, it's one of those. And the thing is, we could actually look at combining it. So we might say, let's go and use a tension green. Great names they come up for these things. So that's what tension green looks like when it's full on. But the way to tell is if you look at the ground area and you look at how that magenta kind of starts to get taken out by the green. So we may not want to use that much. May only want to use that much. Just take that a little bit out. But there's nothing to stop us from going and adding another LUT. And let's say we add edgy amber, which again looks... Take that off, and then we'll just adjust that one on its own. And edgy amber will sort of add a little bit of warmth. And that kind of gives us a different take on that. Now, when it comes to things like overlays, I don't know about this one because this is kind of a very daylight looking picture, and I'm not sure if the overlay would add anything of any value. But it's just a case of playing around. Stack another one. We'll go say horror blue. Or even a night and day. The horror blue. Just by taking one or two out. Take both of those out. See what effect that has. That goes a little too green for me. That's not too bad, so dial that back a little bit. In the bin. So take those, group those, and call it color grade. So we can do based on that. We select all of that. We'll call that final for now. And just deactivate these layers. So that's the original picture that we started with. And after separating, well, after doing a cleanup, bit of frequency separation, dodge and burn, and then separating our subject from the background, we applied a subtle color grade to the background to change that effect a little bit, and then apply an overall LUT or combination of LUTs to get us to this kind of look. So I'm going to save that because I think that's all right. But that's just a start. So as we are approaching the first hour, I'm just going to take a quick break and we will be back after these messages. And we're back for part 2 of the 18% Grey Show. My God, that name's gonna stick. Oh, yes, that was much needed. Always advisable when streaming to take breaks at frequent intervals. So, to recap, we started off with this original picture, and after applying fix up, I can't remember what I was saying, frequency separation, separating subject from the background, applying some curves to adjust the layer, and then dodge and burn, looks, or lookup tables. We end up with this finished image. But, you know, I'm kind of wondering, could we do something more with this? And I have a few pictures from Pexels, so this is all copyright free. Won't get into trouble for using anything. I know some people might say, well, you can grab anything, it's not like anyone's going to make money from it, but if it's got my name on it, you're not doing it. But I wonder, like, could we do something a little different? Take it a little bit further. And these were the pictures of dark, scary forests that kind of appeared when I searched for them in Pexels. Now, we all know that stock agency libraries will have most of the best pictures, but I don't want to pay because it's not like I'm getting paid, so I'm saving my money, you know. And going through some of these, I sort of think, what would really work with this couple? And I don't know about you, but I think that could be an interesting edit. So what we'll do, I'm just going to duplicate our background layer, and we'll then go over to this layer here, and we are going to take a Belgian burn and its copies, drop them in to this layer. I've just had a thought, maybe I shouldn't do that just yet, because we know that's okay. Just want to change the image mode to 16 bits a channel. Just stops getting that warning popping up. And also today, we're back. So we were gonna grab these two layers, drop this here, and actually let's just circulate that and do a transform on that. And sort of look at the perspective and where we think that might look like it fits in. Now, yeah, I think anything like that there might work, or maybe just a little bit forward. So we say, let's take that and right, that's one thing we need to redo. So I've got some burn layer. What we can actually do is if we go fill 50% grey, and now we've got a subject. Yes, it just did. That's where we finished off with. So that was my sort of initial edit, but I've been thinking about trying to do something a little more with this. So I've been on Pexels the last couple of days, downloaded a selection of pictures, and just went through a quick have a look and see which one I thought might work, and then see if we can tweak it a bit. So I've got some burn layer back on. Obviously it's not having any effect right now. One of the things that we're going to need to do here is we're going to have to do some corrections, because the first thing that is, or should be, blatantly obvious is that they're looking far too bright for the background, and we may need to apply a curves layer and make some adjustments. And there's also ways you can do this. One of the best ways is from Piximperfect, and that's use an action called create check layers. Now this looks like, whoa, what the hell's going on here? But it's actually quite easy to use once you figure it out. So the first thing I'll do, I'm going to turn off that dodge and burn layer. We'll take this and we're going to apply curves layer, and that's only going to apply to our subject, so that any changes we make are just going to affect these two. And we go back up, and what this gives us is a way to look at, for example, the hue. And we turn off amplified colors. This will kind of show you the distribution of colors across the whole picture, so you can make adjustments. What we're going to do first, rather than look at colors, is we're going to look at luminance. So effectively, we turn the image into black and white. And if we go to info, we can use our handy dandy eyedropper to measure values around our picture. So for example, this is probably the darkest bit here, and that's literally, in RGB values, we're looking like a 2, 3, and 5. And if you go along here, we're like 15, 16. Brightest part of this picture is about that bit there. So we'd say that looks around roughly 221-ish. So what we want to do is looking at our values here and going, okay, we're at 218. Where's the brightest spot on our subject? That could be here. 220. Even there, we're not. Most of these highlight areas are all well inside. That is probably, oh, that's actually quite close, even there. So most of the highlight values are all good, but our shadow values are actually a little high when we compare to our surroundings. And we could alter our surroundings and tweak the balance there, or why don't we adjust our subject to suit? So what we might do here is on our curves there, we grab our midpoint maybe, and then maybe set our shadows here, and we drag that down a touch. Now that's giving us an S curve, so that's actually boosting contrast. So we might actually want to bring that down, and possibly, okay, if you boost contrast, you can see the face. That's almost like a solarized effect at that point. And to go down here, you're really pulling the contrast down. It's really flat, so press and hold Control, and we can click on that. We can kind of drag that around, and then looking at the values here, getting there. Not quite dark enough yet though, so obviously we're getting to the point now where almost the black details becoming crushed. We still want to bring up the highlights a bit. Yeah, that contrast is a bit. A lot of the time, this is just literally a bit of a playing around a bit and working out where. You can make the adjustments and along here. 10, 11, we need to go much darker down here. I want to raise the highlights a bit, but not so much. Because I'm noticing it's becoming a lot more contrasty. So if we say something like that to start with. Yeah. I'll just pull that in a bit. So I'll turn up the luminance now and see how that looks in comparison. Now it's definitely a little bit more contrasty, a little more saturated. So if we look at the saturation values, that gives us an idea of where we are with that. So I think maybe next layer we'll add on is a hue saturation layer. What we'll do first is we'll once you desaturate completely and you take all of the colors out, yeah, we can play with the lightness, just bring that up a touch. I definitely think we're going to be using a little bit of fog and mist around here because why not? And it adds to the atmosphere and it kind of helps cover up a little bit the fact that you've done a bit of a composite. Of course, it does have a little bit of a cut and paste look to it. But the next thing we want to do is if we then go to hue and then we come down to our hue saturation layer and make sure we've got that selected. Actually no, it's a hue saturation layer. No, it's a colour balance layer I should be doing. See, you're being a muppet again. So what we can do in the mid-tones is we can move these sliders around and just sort of, we want to get the colour balance of this close enough. Do that, and I think that's, skin tone's been a little too red there, so Let's turn off you there. And that's sort of starting to look like it's coming together. So what else should we use? Well, I think what we should do is we get to get and do a bit of our dodge and burn on this. So let's get back into our navigator. One of the other things we're obviously going to do is we're going to add a bit of grain to this as well, because with digital pictures, subjects are very sharp and our background clearly looks like it's maybe been shot on film or at a much higher ISO, with it being quite dark. So we could do with just get that dodge and burn layer on. Brush going. Again, we're just gonna just accentuate some of these areas. Next is just add just a very slight bit of white there, just to pick out some of those edges. While we're at it, just again, we're just redoing these areas, so let's just switch to black and just darken with these, just to sort of accentuate the areas where we've gone over in white. Do lit exposure and then it's getting there, I think. What else we want to do? Switch back to white there, and just very slightly, just pick out this ridge and the sword. we don't take that out a little bit. And I think this one will be good. Yeah, kind of. Kind of the right place where we're going. No, we'll zoom out again and turn off our check players. They've sort of done their job now. And, you know, the document hasn't had a massive effect, but then again, we're going for subtle here. So I think the next thing we want to be doing is adding some spirit. So transfer this there. We're going to go create our fog layer, and let's open up our brushes. And within this we should have brushes. Actually, is that the one we want? You can never have too many brushes. Okay, advanced smoke and fog, yeah, so what we'll do is pen pressure, maybe our flow, fade. And we'll play around. Yeah, I know what you mean. It kind of looks that, but when you sort of think about being in a dark place wearing black, there's a good chance that it's going to sort of disappear a little bit. I mean, we could try lifting the curves a little bit, but I think it might start to look obvious. But what we'll do is we'll wait till we get the fog and mist in and see how that works, because we might get away with it, because fog and mist is great for covering up things like this. Have to remember what kind of size we're looking at. Let's just see what the bit of light fog there. We'll also need another layer. And front fog. Yeah, you know you love fog and mist. Hey, that's the whole point of atmospherics. Kind of create a mood here. Right, so now that we've got that in, let's just go back and look at our curves layer. I think we put in. Yeah. So if we take the curves layer off, that's kind of what we're playing with. Embers, yeah, there's a good one to use. So yeah, now that I sort of look at it, I think we could do with raising the shadow detail. Careful with the choice of words here. And the good thing about this is we can go back and play. In fact, we can just reset this thing altogether because I don't think I made any other tweaks. So set that back to defaults and maybe we just pull that a slight bit down. That's probably a little too much, so maybe about there. True, we could darken the background, we could even add a vignette maybe to sort of really darken the corners and pull things in. Good shout. So what we'll do, let's just add let's have a flare onto that. Just lock it to that. Yeah, I think that definitely looks better on that. So yeah, good shout. Liking that, and I think they'll like it too. Yeah, and I don't think in terms of any more atmospherics are really needed there. It's just like it's kind of got the right feel. Maybe the only other thing is just like a bit of a look grade over the top of it, perhaps. So let's have a look at what we might want to try, or could apply a curves layer. And then we'll just maybe pull the red down a touch. As we have a lot of greens. Take that green down a little bit. And maybe if we go for blue. We have just a little bit of blue. And just add a little bit of blue in the shadows, so it's kind of got that bluish kind of cast. I'm not copying anyone's look, honest, but you know, we're always checking each other's looks out and thinking, how did he do that? I bet he does it with this. So I think that's pretty close. There we go. I'd say that's pretty much finished edit there. Don't think we need any overlays unless things like fireflies, maybe. That's a possibility. Let's just have a quick look. Just know we might look. This is where you go to our network, and then it takes forever to decide there's something there. So, come on. I have most of my stuff on the network attached storage. The machine is literally sat next to me, but yeah. Come on, load it. Can't be that hard. Oh, come on, there's more than that. Seriously, having a laugh here. Yeah. Type full name in and straight away go in there. Yeah, it does like that at times. Yes, I have a lot of overlays. Firefly photo overlays. So let's have a look at what we could play with. I think blue might work well. And 32 might have some promise. Try that. I'm just gonna be lazy and I'll rotate it that way. Just take that opacity down. We do need a little bit more. Could do is we'll actually use our fog brush and just do some slight there. We'll just switch brushes to soft ground, which will do. We'll take that opacity down a bit. Don't want to remove everything, but just it not quite as busy. Let's see how that looks. Just take that as about 40. So, I think adding a few fireflies, a little overlay, along with the mist, just kind of adds a little bit to the atmosphere. And yeah, what do you think? I quite like that. So what we'll do, I think at this stage, yeah, not sure what we could do about that, because that's kind of how it got shot at the time. Yeah, I could try that. That's, or rather than maybe fading it, because you sort of go to the dodge and burn layer, and we'll just switch that to a how much opacity. And we'll take that flow down to about 6%. Yeah, that's the thing with very sort of dark fabrics. Yeah, that's true. When you've seen the original photo, and it's like, So let's just see what happens with. Darken that a little bit. A bit. Oh, that's probably a little too much, I think, there. I think it needed a bit, but maybe not that high up. That's just how I'm sort of seeing it. So I might do. Okay, well, let's just go back to. That, and maybe we'll just what do you think of that one? So we've just gone and lightened the bottom of the dress just slightly. It's almost blending in with the fog a little bit. And I think the fog itself is also lifting up some of the darker parts of that dress. exactly. Yeah, I get you totally on that. So, what we'll do is I'm going to save this and then we're going to take a break. And when we come back, well, another edit. So, let's get this thing saved. Yeah, that'll do. I'll just save it as that. I'll come back to that later. Right, now that's saved. Yeah, exactly what you mean. If you saw the Near Automata one I did, the initial bit of that took me a whole weekend just to kind of knock it into shape, get it where I wanted it to be. And then I come back to it and you start meddling with it. And then after a while, you think, God, this is what it must be like to be George Lucas with Star Wars. You know, you can't stop meddling with it. You just have to like take a step back and go, yeah, it's fine. It's good enough. Step away and then save it and go, right, we're done. But I like playing with composites. As I was saying at the start of my stream, one of the things I want to spend the next few months over before I go to any further cons is to sort of work on improving and pushing my Photoshop skills so that I can still do stuff even if I'm not going to a convention. I can get, you know, digital assets from anywhere and create digital art instead. And it just gives me something else to do. Speaking of which, it's time for a break. So I shall be back shortly. Don't go away. And we're back for part 3. You know, if parts 1 and 2 weren't bad enough, well, part 3's here. And as is, well, something of a tradition, now we're on the Stella. So you know where this stream is really starting to go. Downhill all the way. Anything can happen in this part now. You know, part 3, drunken photographer edits pictures. Yeah, so this was one of the initial images I did, and from that I decided to take it a little bit further and play around with the composite. So we ended up with that one, which is, I think, quite nice. Adds a bit more of a eerie vibe going to it. Oh, that's all done. Now we need to get onto our next image. And this is when he realizes he hasn't thought this one through very well and gone, But then again, you know, just over 2 hours. This one, I'm just going to leave this one as is. I don't think it needs much in the way of editing. It's just a goofy picture. And it just shows you we were having some fun that day, you know, considering that it was sort of, I don't know, fairly intense, but I was just coasting. You know, maybe I should have shot a bit more. I think looking back, I should have done, but it is what it is, you know. I think it was on that hill from MegaCon in Manchester, and how kind of disappointing I felt what that was. It was a bit empty. I only really got a couple of shots with them, really. It was just quite a very quick, impromptu shoot. Another cosplayer was just walking past with their photographer, and they just looked at me and said, "Oh, are you free to shoot?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, sure, let's go." Because I think they were looking round to shoot with something. One of the things I mentioned earlier on, I think this is the couple who were cosplaying, I think probably Rogue, and I forget what the other character, what he was doing at the time, whether it was Cyclops, and they didn't get any pictures back from one particular photographer, but no one knows who it was. And it was kind of like really sad that somebody would turn up to an event at like SecretCon and then just not pass anything back. And the fact that nobody actually knows yet who it is, at least that I know of. So I thought, I'm going to do something a bit special here. I may only have a couple of pictures to edit tonight, but let's go all out on this one, you know, and get them something nice so they can remember the event and, you know, have more fond memories rather than something thinking on the negatives, because there's nothing worse than somebody showing you great shots on the back of the camera and then you never see them. You know, that's like going to a normal con, in all honesty, you know. And I like to think at SecretCon we've got higher standards. You know, we will get stuff back to people. Sure, it may not be immediately, but we've all got a lot of things, you know, going on, like real life stuff. So sometimes getting edits out really quick isn't practical. We should now call this the Stellar Artois show. Reassuringly expensive. Yeah, so like I say, that one not going to do too much. That one I think we'll do. This is where it just like, yeah, we just went to pieces and it's like, yeah, we're good. I think they were like the 4 ones I had in general. Now this one, I'm thinking, yeah, we need to do something with this one. This has the feel it may end up being another composite. And kind of looking at that, I'm definitely thinking it wants to be in a forest, more trees than just the one tree that we're under here, and a lot more sort of atmosphere and moody lighting. So we'll see how this goes. I am going to be streaming again tomorrow night. I'll be probably dead for most of tomorrow, because by the time it gets past 1 o'clock, I start to suffer quite a bit. So let's see where we can go with this. So I'm just gonna do my usual little tricks, just things I like to do. Leave the exposure and contrast like that is at the moment. Well, I might. I'm wondering about whether changing the tint now or applying a colour mask. I think the colour mask might make more sense. Otherwise we might have start off with colours that are really sort of out of whack. So yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Let's get that edited, dude. Oh, great. Scratch this for full. Oh, right. Okay, we'll close and edit down then. Sure, we've already saved that, but yeah. Oh, it's going to be one of those nights. I can see it. Right. Okay. Let's go and have a look at edit preferences. Scratch this. Well, I think we can use the D drive. 400 gig? Yeah, plenty. Yeah, with 5 gig free space on C. Yeah, I'd have to do something about that. Might do is I might change that. Let's see if that will let us. Yeah, that's better. So let's just duplicate that and let's see if there's anything we need to clean up. Just sharp. It's just slightly off focus. Right. At this point, let's just try. Topaz Sharpen AI. I'm just gonna let it just see if we can. What the effect will be. Okay, so let's see. I imagine this will be fairly sharp. Yeah, you can see how that just snaps in. Ideally, I should have thought about stopping down a bit. The only thing you've got to be careful with this software is sometimes it can be quite aggressive and you can get artifacts left over which you don't notice until you start editing later on, and then it's like, oh god, where do they come from? I just want to have a look at we can see if we can pull that in a bit. Okay, well that doesn't seem to like that. It's just a little something I'm just trying to see if it's actually able to pull in. Now we get auto subjects. Let's just say for a second. This is just more of an experiment, really. Just want to leave him as where he is, because he's fairly sharp as it is anyway. And just see if we can use Topaz to actually make her a little bit sharper. It's one of those things that, you know, maybe with hindsight I should have stopped down a little bit more, which you should always really do when you're working with duos, because your focal plane right. So we've done that. Just turn off the overlay. And we'll update that. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, this could be the end of the stream tonight at this rate. Oh no. And I've got the full can of Stella here. Wow. $930 gig. What? Ah, dearie me. Yeah, temporary tiles. Alright, okay. I bet that's going to be mostly... No, I don't want to take the downloads out. Update cleanup, yeah, we'll gladly get rid of that. We get about 4 gig. I work in IT. That's the first thing I do. Have you tried turning it off and on again? If that doesn't work, then it's more serious. We'll see how we go. I have a feeling that I might be carrying on with this picture tomorrow after clearing up some space on this machine. Because it's not like I'm not short of any. I've got 2 1 terabyte SSDs in this thing. So, yeah, I've had that same thing. I've sometimes seen Photoshop start being really weird and laggy, and that's usually the time I'll just close it down, restart it, and it gives you back a bit of space. I'm also just thinking about with what I want to do with this particular picture. I think I'm going to run out of time on the stream anyway. Yes, for my sins, I've spent probably about nearly 20 years in IT. So, yeah, I've seen a lot of things. And it doesn't surprise me. Most of my life is spent watching a progress bar. So, this is not exactly normal for this stream. Well, I don't know actually. Usually it is. Something goes wrong, starts being weird, and yeah. Okay, and I'll just get rid of that for a little bit, and I think Topaz has just bombed. Nice. So it was a good start. Yeah, so what we'll do, I think we're gonna have to go in. Oh, right, okay. Well, where? Actually, that's a good point. disappeared to. Go. See if it's actually showing up anywhere. Okay, so we can't actually see Topaz running on the process. Nice. Yeah, I think that's basically goosed at that point, so we'll see if we can kill Photoshop. Right, okay, so we're back to Lightroom. Let's just have a quick check on where we're at. So yeah, maybe that wasn't the best idea. What do I do specifically? I'm a desktop support engineer. Many years ago, used to be a systems administrator, basically one-man IT department at a time. But now I work in a slightly bigger IT department for an internet service provider. So yeah, we get to do a lot of desktop-y stuff. Not always the most interesting of work, but you know, I can't, as much as sometimes the job frustrates me, it does pay pretty well, and I just wish I had more money left over so I could actually do shoots and stuff. But yeah, that's a sideline of other situations, you know, with things being the way they are at the moment. Oh, he's starting on help desk. Right. Okay. Well, good place. It's always a good place to start. Best advice I can give you is you just keep learning. You're going to spend probably the first few weeks reading up stuff every night, trying to get ahead of everything, and the amount of issues that might come past you, you know, it's going to be lots of deer in the headlights moments until you sort of finally get a good grip on things. There'll be certain things that you'll be really easy to do, password resets, account lockouts, things like that. You'll always end up doing. Setting up hardware, once you've done it a few times, piece of cake, really. Depends on how slick the company's setup is and whether that's something that you'll be doing as part of your role or not. Because we don't actually have really such a help desk. We kind of are the help desk, and we're like second line engineers, but we have third line engineers who cover a lot of other systems that we don't really touch. And at the moment, there's no easy way to cross over into their area, although that's not a bad thing, because they often have to do out of hours calls, and that means when things go wrong, your phone rings, and you know, you get woken up from your sleep half cut and trying to figure out what's wrong, you know, and that's not a good place to be in, especially if it's kind of a high profile, stressful kind of role. So yeah, help desk is a good place to start. You'll build your career on that. I wish I had a career. I always think careers are things other people have. I just sort of stumbled into IT because when I left college, I actually wanted to be an electronics engineer. Unfortunately, my math skills are not the best, and I found out to my cost at university at the time, so I dropped out within the first year. So my whole life kind of took a weaving path into different jobs. That's how I ended up where I am now. It's only midnight. So 2.5 hours. I normally do about 3 hours, so there's a possibility that, let's just say, take that one. Let's get that back into Photoshop. Take that. And we'll just do a quick clean layer. Actually, I don't think I need to clean up layer because she's slightly out of focus, so I think we can get away with that, not needing that layer at all. What we'll do is let's get our select subject and what to do IT at uni. I don't know, that sometimes there's good advice at that. Depends on what you might want to do and how you might want to affect you, well, how it fits in with the way you live. I know a few people who started off in IT or technical support where we worked. They left, went to work for other providers, learnt more networking skills, and then came back in on the network side. And that's where we're talking like Cisco routers, Junipers, various different firewalls, and higher level networking. So if you're sort of talking about like office level networks, so basic switches, our networks are infinitely more complex because we have what we class as the ISP network, and that's basically the network our customers, the people who pay us for subscriptions for the service, connect through to us. Yeah, an IT degree, I don't know, might actually serve to put you off. My son finished off a computer science degree, or well, kind of got to the end of the course and decided it just wasn't for him after several years, and that wouldn't be the first person I've heard that. One of our, let's just see, what was he now? Yeah, one of our network operation managers who left about 2 years ago, he was also a computer science graduate and he hated it. He went and got into technical support, moved into networking, and then moved into management until he sort of, the job outgrew him basically, and he decided to move on. But I think he's doing all right wherever he is, because in our sector, which is sort of like the telecoms sector, people tend to move around a lot and they come back. So you'll find people going to people like TalkTalk, and within maybe a few months, they'll be somewhere else, and then they'll be coming back, with horror stories about what working in that company's like and how you feel. So it's not always, I'm not going to say it's doom and gloom. It's what you want to make of it and where you want to go. And I kind of just tried to figure out what I was good at, and it's kept me employed. It's kept the roof over my head, allowed me to indulge in some few nice cameras and stuff. So I can't really say it's a normal bad thing. Right now, I'm kind of looking at trying to switch into project management, but it's getting that foothold and figuring out, what is it you want to do? What do you need to know? And then how do you get that experience to be able to move into it? So yeah, there's some work to do on that. Right, so just have a quick look at this selection here, and you can see a few things that straight away need to include in the overall selection. I mean, it's done a great job, just for once. This is the part I actually want. Everything on the inside of the lines. To be in there, and just include that as well. So that's quite a good clean selection there. Just a little bit. Just overlooking, and as you spot things, yeah, it's kind of one of the painful things about doing composites and cutting out. Actually, this could be worse. Could actually be imagine using the pen tool to do this. I mean, it would be extremely accurate, but it's not something I would want to make somebody watch on a stream, because it would be really painful to do that. So what we'll do, let's ask that. Let's just add a layer mask. So our starting point, and let's just have a quick look. You can see here little project ideas and things I've been playing with. And I've not remembered any of the pictures I opened. Nice. So let's have a look at. I think that one looks quite good there. Take that. Take these. No, actually, I don't want to do that just yet. The only reason I do that is just to get rid of that warning message. A bit. Let's just scale that. See how that looks. That's not too bad. I could maybe just reduce them a little bit. At least one thing, we don't have to worry about legs and Jesse's touching the floor because we can't see them. So that makes life a whole lot easier. Yeah, and I don't think we want to make them too small, because I want them to be definitely sort of having some sort of impact in this. And just sort of positioning, I might just position them about like that. Right, so what we'll do, take a curve there on that. We're just gonna darken that a touch. Do curves there as well, and we're just gonna pull that around too much, start affecting the skin tone. So let's fix a point there. still got keeping the definition in the hair there. And maybe just take that down. Just putting the highlights too much. Okay, let's just restart that again. Just try. Right. Okay, so that's not too bad. I'll just throw check layers in and just do a quick luminance check. $230, $230, it's very close. Probably do it taking the highlights down a tiny bit. Let's see what the hue's like on that. I'll just turn off the amplified colours. Go for a colour balance layer. Just going to trying to get this part to blend in where there's much. Of that as we've got, so that's sort of starting to get there. Thinking of maybe make them a little darker, perhaps. So let's just check the saturation there. It's fine. Don't think we need to change that too much. Have a look at that. I think that might be about the right spot. Definitely still have some atmospherics on this. I'm just sort of thinking about turning this one into maybe a bit more like bit more of a nighttime kind of scene. So what we'll do, I'm just going to add a colour lookup. And let's try night and day. Not sure on that one. Moonlight takes that. Actually, I have an idea. Go for that. Oh, go for it. Just have a look at that. It's always worth going through the blend modes to see I think soft light there. Just kind of getting us where we want to be. Kind of like where that look is happening. It's just thinking of the actual effect I'm going to use. So this could possibly stretch into tomorrow's stream, as we've done some basic work on this, and I'm just thinking whether we can fit in the time to get in those extra edits. Yeah, I actually think even 100% doesn't look that bad. Yeah, now that colour lookup really does, yeah, take that down as well. Actually, that combination of the colour fill with soft light and colour lookup there, kind of giving a more colder tone, which is kind of what we want, because I'm thinking of this as being a bit more of a nighttime-ish scene. So we'll obviously need to look at maybe darkening up the top here a little bit. We can do that a bit more. If we just like down a touch, or actually what we should do is maybe leave that about there, and let's take, yeah, if we pull the whites down a little bit, kind of gives it that slightly more sort of misty kind of look to the place. And it just goes a little bit too dark, so I just want to lift those. And maybe just lift the shadows a tiny bit. Yeah, now that's starting to get a bit more of that kind of nighttime dark vibe kind of going for here. Yeah, I like that. And I think, again, we're just going to add a little bit of fog and mist to the foreground and behind them. And maybe just a little bit around here as well. We'll sort of build up the fog a little bit, I think. Just swap that over. Let's go to the advanced smoke fog. We pretty much used that one last time. That was quite good. We want to back to the brush settings, transfer, then pressure, and we'll fade. Let's have a little play. One of the other nice uses of fog that you can sort of apply a little bit of localized sort of lightness, picking that up a little bit. We've not even gone into dodging and burning yet, but I'll probably leave that one till there. So let's just see, that's all the subject there. And we'll just call that fog front. Always name your layers so you know what bits do what when you have to go and turn things off and on. Of course, we're not limited by an all or nothing setting here, because we can also go to our opacity and can pull that down a bit. If we think that's a little too strong, we might say, okay, let's make the fog around about 58%. And we'll go to the fog rear, and we'll take that down to say 50%. So it doesn't look like you've been using everything at 100%. I mean, you can turn that down even a bit more. So that gives you some sort of variation. You can build up the layers of fog and then play around with the opacity between each of the layers. So that's starting to get there. But I still think it needs an effect or two. And we are coming up to 3 hours. So yeah, didn't expect to be doing stream as long as this, but again, going back to what I said right at the very beginning, after all that rambling stuff about brushing up my Photoshop skills and wanting to like do concept art and play around with stuff, this is kind of like what it would be like, except that there's no pressure to deliver an image to somebody. Right now, I want to do the best I can and give them something that they really like and go, wow, you know. And plus, it's something I want to share and be able to say, I did that. You know, I saw that come out, it's pointing that way. But yeah, it just feels like it needs some kind of glowing effect there. So I think that's going to be next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another break. So we'll see you shortly and may possibly finish this off on this stream. It'll be a bloody miracle if I do. If not, we'll carry it on tomorrow night. But I'm going to come back, have a quick break, and have a little think about what we can do with this. So, I should be back shortly. Don't go away. And we're back for My God, Part 4 of the 18% ratio. This may be the shortest part because, as I said just before I took a break, I think the picture that we're looking to do needs some kind of effects, and we need to do something for Yennefer as well as Geralt. And I've just had a quick Google search on this, so you can tell I haven't even thought about this yet. This is 100% on the fly as I'm doing this. And this kind of looks like maybe kind of the effect I want to play with, but I want to be 100% sure on that. So we just go back to Photoshop. You can kind of see where we're going. So I'm thinking of some kind of beginning of a fireball or not necessarily like an ember, but the beginning of his magic powers. And I'm thinking also while we're doing this is we might want to go in and change the color of his eyes too. So, change the color of the eyes. Yes, okay, Uncharted 4. No, I'm not buying it. Please, go away. What I would like to do is get a cheaper copy of Final Fantasy VII Remake, the Integrate Remake, so that I can actually stream that. Because I'm currently using a copy for evaluation purposes. Same as God of War, I'm just evaluating it at the moment. But that means I can't stream it because Steam will probably pick up on it and Switch will kick me. But those are not necessarily yeah, I know, I feel your pain. You know, the price that Square Enix charge for Final Fantasy VII is just, oh my god, that is extortion. But it could be worse. It could be Diablo. I mean, there's a game that you need to sell a kidney and write away your family and give your immortal soul, and maybe, just maybe, you could have everything and be able to play it. Yeah, I haven't looked at Final Fantasy 15. I've been sort of a passive player on 14. You might think, passive player? How can you play a game passively? Sitting and watching somebody else playing it, but not actually streaming it, watching it in the house. So we've done Final Fantasy 14, A Realm Reborn. I think we got to Shadowbringers, I think, before Heather went off to uni. You know, some people might think, oh god, you know, that's a bit weird. You know, imagine playing a game with your old parents watching. But we had a way of livening it up, because not all the cutscenes and things have voiceover tracks. And mind you, some of the voiceover tracks weren't the best either, of the artists. But when we got to the Hildebrand quests, and oh my god, they are hilarious. We actually do the voiceovers of the characters. So you can guarantee between me, my wife, and Heather, and you know, anyone else in the room trying to voice over the characters is hilarious. But yeah, a lot of fun. And I'm kind of missing not seeing where that's going yet. But hopefully not too far away we will get to find out. And I'm rambling a lot now. About half a can. So this is kind of where we're at the moment. Played around a bit with the colour balance, as well as adding some rear and frontal fog. And it's starting to feel a bit more of like a spooky forest, and it needs an effect. It's got to have, at least at the minimum, some kind of spark or something, the beginnings of the power emanating from Geralt's hand. And we also want to have, you know, Yennefer having some kind of glowing orb of energy in her hand floating there. I think that would work really well. It's the how we do it, which I've done it before, but it's been a while now. And have I got the time to do it tonight or this morning? Because yeah, we've been streaming for 3 hours now, which is kind of roughly my average. And like I say, some people who might see this and think, oh my god, this is such a great picture, you've done a brilliant job. And it's like, yeah, thanks, but I can do more. There's just that little bit more that just makes people go, wow, that's what I want in the image, that wow factor. So it's having a think about how to do that. And if I've actually got anything from a previous shoot that I could pinch. Possibly. Can't remember the date. I can't remember if it was early on this year actually, or last year. Yeah, that's got me thinking now. Because I did do a composite of Yennefer with a glowing energy orb, but I'd have to find the files again, and that's lurking somewhere. So here we are at this tricky moment where I have to think, do I actually think about looking for something right now, or seeing if there's anything else that we could possibly use? So I'm just going to have a little rummage through some downloads folders and think of if there's anything I can actually use, because it is I've got a fire. Yeah, it's one of those sort of things you have to think about and maybe prepare a little bit. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Let's go. Let's see if we can. I've used this one a bit more. So let's drag that over. We'll just scale that up a bit. We'll need to do need to take off those edges a little bit, so I think do is a layer mask. Just gonna call that. Let's just take that brush and let's go for a soft round. And no, we don't need a brush. And it will help actually if we didn't actually do that on there and did it on the mask, which would make a whole lot more sense. So we've got that as a start. What I think we need around this now is maybe a bit of a glow. Actually, what I'm going to do duplicate that, and that's already boosted up the glow quite a bit, which is not bad. I think what we do want though is some kind of random particles. Now the question is, do I still have a particle brush? That would be fun. I did make up one a while back. Well, as luck would have it, we have the universal particle brush. I think that's what I call it. And let's see, what should we do? Change the sci-fi, pen pressure, angle. Should we control it by pen pressure? Yeah. And we'll fades out a bit. And we need to sample a colour. So I'm going to create a new layer. See what that looks like, but first we need to grab a colour. Thinking somewhere in the orange region, so it's a bit yellowy. Somewhere maybe there. We'll try that. Did that actually have any effect? Kind of getting it. So what we might do is we'll take that and we'll add a tiny bit of motion blur. This time we're just going to shift that colour a little bit. Okay, we could just pick that, couldn't we? Make it easier. Yeah, go with that colour. I'm just gonna play around with that a little bit. Do that actually. I don't even think it did anything that time. Got a bit of that going now. Very slight. Yeah, if you notice I've gone a bit quiet, it's because I'm staring at the screen intently, trying to work out what we're going to do. Right, I think that blur angle's a little bit more than I want. I want just enough to give the hint that particles are moving, but I also want that orb to look a little blurry as well, so I'm just going to okay that. And we'll go back to that. Let's go for the orb and we'll apply a slight Gaussian blur. Yeah, so I think that's kind of where we're going. Oh, Doki Doki Literature Club. How's it hanging, Monica? Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that reference a few times. Sometimes that's the funniest part of playing games is doing your own voiceovers for the characters. It can be hilarious. And if you pair that with alcohol, well, it can be a whole other league. So, looking at this now, I'm going to add, I think, one more particle there because there's always room for one more there. And this time, I think we're going to pick a redder color. So let's have something. I'm not sure. Let's have a look how we can go. Actually, no, I'm gonna go with that. We'll have some kind of like sparks flying off of this. And we might just sort of contain that. Just see if we actually have done that. I'm just going to do that, I think. So, just zoom out of that. Another quick. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're going. So I think now we need to think about Geralt. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to group these flares. So that's Yennefer's orb. So we've kind of got that bit going. I think the roll what we need, so some kind of flame, I think. So just kind of having a look at what might work for that. And let's see. That do the job. So we'll just drop. Next time we'll just change the screen as it overlay. And we'll just move that the size that so it's like it's literally coming out of his fingers there. Duplicate that. Intensify that a little bit. I'm liking where that's going. What we need to do, I think, on both of these is turn that off for a second. Let's switch our brush to the soft round. And we're just going to take those out a little bit. Yeah, so we'll do that one. Okay, we'll go on the right. Combine those two together. Yeah, I think we just want, same again, we just want some particles around the hand, so let's create another layer. We can that particle is 4, and we'll switch back that particle brush. Just picking random settings here. And the next thing we want to do, obviously, is we need to pick a color. fits the idea of glowing, kind of glowing embers. Just see what happens. Yeah, no, that isn't too bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take those and just collapse them into one layer. So we've got that layer. This time we're going to pick a colour and maybe we'll go for something a little smaller. Just apply a little radial blur on this. That's a little too much. Right, let's see. Right, got motion blur. You can probably tell by now. 3.5 hours into a stream at 1:30 in the morning, and oh boy, is he starting to flag now. But we've made it this far, and we've just got to kind of figure out what we need to do. I think maybe a Gaussian blur might get away. Just turn that layer off, turn that layer on. Maybe about there. Just a little bit of that. Yeah, I think that's. This one needs a layer mask. And let's go back to all trustworthy. a few little tweaks to that. I'll zoom out. Just look at that. That's kind of getting there, I think. So, what am I thinking of next? Good question. Let's just group those together. So we've got those together. I want to go for changing the eye colors, because I think that's where we need to go next on this. And looking at this, if we take this and duplicate this layer, and what we'll do is we're just going to do that. I just wanted to do delete. Apply that. Let's see. And what we want to do at this point is just drop this down. Just going to actually, come to think of it, wait a second, I'm just going to go to window, there's no guarantee this bit works. What we'll do is we'll go with a color balance layer, lock it to that. Let's see what happens. We can get. Now we need to go more for yellow. That should do that. Now what we need to do is go back to this layer, and now with a slightly smaller brush size, we're just going to clean up around the irises. So now, green down. So we just went completely yellow. Zoom out there. Not bad. I just kind of think it needs a pop, maybe a little bit more. It is kind of a otherworldly. But let's just see what happens if we duplicate that, and we'll just pop that in there. Oh, now that's starting to really pop there. Now, if my memory serves me right, Yennefer has kind of purplish eyes. So, what I'm going to do, group this together. And we now repeat. See what do we do? We light up color balance layer, which again only applies to that. And because teeny tiny bit out of focus, we should get away with that. Now, I don't know, that could look, that actually does kind of look like contacts. Don't know about you, but there you go. That's one can of Stella gone. Whew. I'm a lightweight. Yeah, that's got me thinking a bit there. Just me a minute. Ugh. Right. What I think we're going to do here is let's just check on the eyes because I'm pretty sure, yeah, I did invert the layer. So take that, invert it. What we're going to do now is we're just going to paint around the eyes. Doesn't matter if we overshoot slightly, it's fine. But to be honest, let's just paint the whole thing for now. So we've got that. Now let's go to our color balance and let's take, pull the blues down, let's pull the magenta up. I don't know, I think magenta, yeah, I'm thinking that's kind of where we need to be. So just do a little bit clean up around that edge. Just take up there a little bit. Right, so let's zoom that. Now, we take that colour balance and we double it. The eyes just pop. So, I think that. So, we've added some effects. We've enhanced the eyes quite a lot. I could take that opacity down a touch, but it's not quite so overpowering. I don't know, maybe 70% looks about right. We know that Geralt has yellow eyes and it kicks up, so amping that up a little bit really brings it out now. So the only thing that I think that's kind of left now is sort of overall lighting effect on the face, because that's the one thing that's missing. Whenever I see composites done by other people, the one thing that always sort of sticks out to me is when you have somebody there, maybe say holding a staff and there's a glowing orb and it's close to them, and yet none of the light actually lands on them, and it's like, what the fuck? You know, I am an arm's distance from an LED light up here. That light is landing on me. That's how it works. But it's amazing how people can sometimes get away with not thinking that far ahead. You know, and it's a bit kind of sloppy. And I like to think we could do better. We should do better. So, with that in mind, we need to paint some kind of light effect. And I have to think on that one. I think we'll probably end up doing 2, maybe, because I'm kind of expecting the glow to be much more sort of a reddish orange glow. That's going to kind of land on Yennefer as well as Geralt's side, but he's also going to be illuminating himself a bit. So let's just see where this goes. I think we want to be a bit more. Really? I have a feeling what we'll have to do is if we expand that out there, and we pick a colour. Something like that, I think. So we pick that colour. Let's think what we're going to do. We're going to that's a good question. Do we paint that a soft white on that layer? Let's give it a shot. We're just going to use normal brush tool. I'm not going to use anything. just see kind of effect. Got there, and while we're at that, let's take that down a touch. Might do, and what we'll do, we'll add a second layer, and this one we're going to go to girl's flame. Let's pick a yellow. Sure about this yet. I'm just take that there. And we'll just sort of bring that together. And what else? What colour fell? This, I'm just going to take a brush. Okay, this is now further. That we change that around. Yeah, this is when I tend to get very quiet at this point. I mean, like, you're kind of doing really fine fiddly work. And you just want to like really zone out. Plus the music is pretty good. I'm really loving the synthwave stuff. Let's see. We're looking on the back of this. Zoom out on that. Zoom a little bit. So that's the end of the light. That's illuminating Garol. That's Garol, right? I must admit, I'm liking that. And then just adding color fill. Ooh, that's good. Even for me, I'm liking this. So what we need to do is we're just going to turn off that color fill and turn off those two. I'm just going to group those as Garols. Garols lighting. And this is technically Yennefer's lighting and spilling over onto Garol, but that's fine. So we need to add. No, we didn't want to do that. We wanted to add a colourful layer. I think before we do, let's just get in there. Because I want to go for a little bit more darker orange colour for this. So, yeah. Let's go for a solid colour. And yeah, I should have picked it. Cancel for a second. Let's take that. Is there a darker one still? Yeah, that could be, or that one. So we'll go with that. solid color. That up. And what we shall do now is we'll switch to white, and we are going to add in some of the we'll see how that goes. Zoom in a bit more. Switch that around, just catching the old microphone there. We're just trying to reduce these lines down a bit. Right, let's see where we are. Yeah, it's kind of looking wherever there's sort of a hint of highlight, just sort of just have a very faint sliver. So let's just zoom out for a second. That's the overall lighting. And actually, when we look at Geralt's carousel, 100% looks good with him. So, need to maybe take the opacity down a little bit. Just there, like a hint. So that might be it. I'm just having a look to see if there's any other highlights that are worth trying. The light up hole, are we good? What do you say about 60% and return on that glow? That's kind of that. It's almost like you can take that down to about 48%. So. So let's just take a look at that, see what we think. Yeah, I mean, I'm really liking where that's going there, how that's playing. I'd say that's it. I think all we need looking at that is, yeah, that colourful sign, that colour look up, maybe at 15%. I think that's pretty fucking good, to be honest. I'm impressed. I particularly like the lighting effect, sort of not exactly dodge and burn, but we've actually gone more for painting the actual coloured lights. And I think that really kind of works there. So let's save that. So it's now 2:10 a.m. on Saturday morning. Whew. I think that's possibly the longest stream I've done yet. And if anyone's stuck around for a stream this long, you mad fool. So, let's just see. I got rid of that. I got rid of that. Yeah, we don't want to save the changes. So, that was our original photo. It was not bad. You know, it was okay. But I just felt we could do more. I really wanted to like push the bow out on this one and go all out, because I'm pretty sure, you know, because they got hard done by one particular photographer who we don't know who that is, and I just kind of feel like, you know what, I'll rise to the challenge. Let's take this picture and see how far we can go. So we started with this picture, and that's where we ended up with. And I think that's pretty damn good. The 2:11 in the morning, I'm happy. Don't know about you, but I'm liking that. So, coming back to where we were. Actually, where were we? That's where we were. I kind of thought we'd get Bellatrix done on this particular stream, but this has taken an awful lot longer. But if you stuck this out and listened to my inane dribble and banter, as well as watching me drinking a can of Stella, things can happen. And, you know, right now, I kind of like that. And I think that is a good place to sign off. So, if you've been watching this, or you're watching this on replay, you've been watching the 18% Grey Show. And I'm your host, Michael Flack, and this is part 8 of Secret Con Edits and Chat. I never thought this would go on as long as it has done, but we still have a little ways to go yet. There is still more content, but I think for a long evening's work, that's pretty damn good. And I hope they're happy. I know I am. So, what's coming up on part 9, which is probably going to be, I was going to say tomorrow night, but it's actually going to be late Saturday night. I'm hoping to do another stream, assuming I'm not nearly dead. Because, as I said, we did get a picture. We started off with this original picture. We went to this. Then we went to a composite. Then we got to this. Then we went buck nuts crazy and ended up here. And yes, I'm still showing this picture. I'm going to see what I can do. I might just, like I say, I'll probably just leave it as it is. I don't think it needs a massive edit or anything. It's just a fun, nice picture to have a good laugh at, post on your Instagram saying, look at us being complete fools. I think we may do something with that one probably in the next stream. And then we will get on the Bellatrix. Whoa, she's crazy. This should be an interesting stream. So, as I've said, we are rapidly on the home stretch, approaching the end of the Secret Con edits. And yes, it's been fun. So I hope you enjoyed the stream. I've got to keep putting that back up. For the time we've spent on that, I think, yeah, that's really, really good. I'm happy with that. So thank you for watching, and I'd like to wish you a good morning wherever you are. Good morning.